guess I'll turn my mic on. Can you hear me now? We will now call the meeting to order of the March 8, 2022 City Council meeting. And would everyone please stand while James Dalton gives our invocation.
Let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for the day. We thank you for the breath of life that you give us, the health that you give us. We thank you for the fact that we can assemble. Lord, we lift those up to you in Ukraine and places across the world who don't share that freedom that we share. Lord, we just pray that you be with our council tonight. Give them wisdom as they do the city's business, Father. Lord, we just thank you for every good thing. We pray for our families. We pray for our city. It's in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Brittingham.
Here.
Councilmember Miller.
Here.
Councilmember Morris.
Here.
Vice Mayor Shear.
Here.
Mayor Groby.
Here, and we do have a quorum. We're all here tonight. We do have a presentation, the recognition of the retirement of Durant Police Lieutenant Billy Jones, and we're going to ask Chief Hauser to do that presentation.
Mayor, Council, thank you for the opportunity to recognize one of our very best in his lengthy career. Billy, if you and your family would come up. As customary and per policy, we generally give a letter from the Chief of Police and a plaque and a few other things upon retirement. So Billy, Misty, Sawyer, from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank you guys for lending Billy to us for the last 24 years. But Bill, let me read this to you. It says, Lieutenant Billy Jones said, I'd like to personally thank you for your service to the Durant Police Department, to the citizens of Durant. Having advanced through the patrol ranks and achieved the rank of lieutenant is a feat in which to be proud. I'd like to also thank you for your loyalty, your dedication to me personally. You were always a bold supporter, an ally, and a personal friend. Billy, I appreciate that. You, sir, are one of the most fearless police officers the Durant Police Department has ever had. Your tactical skill in covert operations, you're definitely a force to be reckoned with. Thanks to your efforts, dedication, your leadership, you've driven organized criminal elements outside of the city, and many are in federal penitentiaries to this day. It's been a pleasure to serve alongside of you for the last 24 years. I'd like to congratulate you on your retirement. I do accept, although hesitantly, I've asked him to come back many times, your letter of retirement indicating that such on February 25th of 2022, your service record will reflect your service date from June 8th of 1998 to February 25th of 2022, which credits you for a total time in service of 23 years, 0.73 months. Let's call that 24 years. How about that? By having 20 or more years of total service in the Oklahoma Police Pensions and Retirement System, you qualify to maintain your issued service breast badge, which you have retained, a retired officer commission card, and your department-issued handgun, along with this letter acknowledging your retirement. So, Billy, here's the letter. Here's your retired commission card. Stand by. The plaque simply says, in appreciation and recognition of your 24 years of dedicated service to our citizens and the city of Durant, we honor you for your commitment and hard work to the community, congratulate you for a job well done. We wish you the very best in your retirement, the Durant Police Department, the city of Durant. Thank you guys for indulging us for this momentous occasion.
Thank you, Chief Hauser, and congratulations, Lieutenant Jones. Citizens' comments are next, and we have nobody listed today. Our order of business, consent items. We have 3 consent items, A, B, C. We can approve them all as one item, or you can pull out individual items. Do we have a motion, or do we have anyone who wishes to pull out an item?
Motion to approve consent items.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. Record the vote, please. Motion passes. Number 3, information items. You all have the reports of the different departments. Unless anyone has any particular questions for any of the department heads, we will move on to administration. Number 4. Number 4A, discussion on beautification and maintenance of right-of-way in the vicinity of Main Street and Highway 6975. And I think I saw Jim Thorpe come in. Jim?
Well, I guess this is one of the few times that somebody comes up to the podium and does not ask the city of Durant for money. So I'm from Jim Thorpe from the Durant Trust, Tourism Trust. And so what we have for you today is, we've been going over this last meeting that we had. And so what we're looking at is Highway 70 and Highway 69 and 75, where they come together out here. And in the last few months, I've had 2 or 3 people come to me, and they're not excited about what it looks like out there. And we know y'all just have so much money. But we're looking at helping y'all with that place out there. We're looking at between Walmart on the median up to Sherwin-Williams on that median. And then we're looking at the inside of the circle on both sides of the highway. And what we're proposing is to give the city at least $100,000. And, you know, if we see that it's got to cost a little bit more than that, I'm sure we probably could put in another $25,000. We think this is not just for beautification, but we think this is good for tourism. And what we'd like to see is all of that manicured out there. We'd also like to see that when they mow it, whether it's in the summertime or wintertime, to have a grass catcher and to manicure that part. And so that's what we're looking at doing. We would like to get with maybe the city manager and one more and a couple of our committee or our authority and see if we can work out the exact details so we can take it back to the trust authority and make a proposal and go from there. But that's what we're looking at. And I've got some pictures. I just took these on my own. So it's not a photographer. So you can pass these this way and you can pass these this way. I'll take a look at it. But I've had in the last 6 months people coming up to me, and they're telling me, said, you know, we know you're a good-sized town, you got quality people here, but when we come into town, what would make a person be impressed with this town when they come up and see your main thoroughfare coming here? They said it's sort of unkept, it's not taken care of, and why would a person want to live here? Or what even if a person wants to come here, they're asking me that. And so that's how come I took it to the authority, and so we've come up with this, and apparently everybody agrees on that authority. And so we want to help y'all, and so all we want to do is just manicure it, you know, keep your trees cut, you know, to the right place. And then even in the wintertime, let's say if we even mow that every 10 days in the winter and summertime with the dry grass. You know, right now we might not be able to afford a sprinkler system on all that, but usually during the fall, you put the ryegrass down and you have enough rain that it'll take care of that ryegrass in the wintertime. We just wanted to look, if you go out to the Choctaw Nation and look at their grass and see how much you're impressed by that ryegrass out there growing in the wintertime. So what we want to do, we think that it'll make the city of Durant better. I think it's going to go for the tourism, because I think on the hotels and restaurants out that way, when they come off that highway, and they even sit in the wintertime, manicured and green grass growing, when they come into our businesses, whether it's hotels or restaurants or all that, it will impress them. It'll impress them to come back. I don't know if anybody else this size of town that has that.
Right.
And so that's what we're proposing. You know, if we can get with the city manager and whoever he has over park and tourism or whatever it is, recreation, and a couple of our boards, and just map out the proposal and, you know, just set it up to where y'all can do that. So that's what we're about tonight. We're about putting in money into the city, but I think it's gonna help the city of Durant, the beautification and also the tourism there. I think people will be impressed, and when they come in, they'll remember this town.
Okay, this is just a discussion item, so we won't vote on it, I assume, tonight. But we will, if you want to meet, would you be willing to meet with him?
Okay?
Okay, so you and John can set up a time to meet and get the
Okay.
show on the road.
All right.
Okay,
Well,
Jim,
yes.
thank you and thank the authority for your input and support on this, believe me.
Well,
We
we
appreciate
hadn't
it.
got it yet, but when we do get it,
I think really and truly, this money that we're giving to y'all is probably the best money that we've did so far for tourism. And I think it's gonna make an impact on this city. So we just thank y'all for letting us come up here and speak to y'all. And we'll get with your city manager and work out a deal and then make the proposal. And then it's up to y'all. If y'all want to, you know, it's up to y'all on mowing. If you want to get a company in to do that, or if you want to, you know, have a person from the city to do it. It
Right.
doesn't make any difference, but we just gotta work out the, you know, just things on this thing, and then we'll get the thing started, but I think it'll be good. Anybody else have any questions?
I've got a quick question for you, Mr. Thorpe. You're proposing this as an ongoing annual project, right? It's not a one-time shot.
No, we expect this to go on yearly.
Okay.
And, you know, the money's gonna be coming in, but no, we don't think this is a one-time shot. I think everybody's gonna be impressed what's going on in this city, and that's gonna make a big difference. When a person comes into the city of Durant, you want to look sharp, whether they're visiting or whether they're going to build here. And it will impress, because we got a lot of commercial things going on here. And I was asking the manager the other day from CMC, and I asked him, I said, you know, are you getting all your people into Durant? Are they living here? And he said, no. He said, some of them are still living in Sherman and Denison. I said, were you impressed? And he's on our board. He's on our authority. I said, were you impressed first time you come into Durant and come off that highway? He said, no. I said, so you got people coming from Sherman and Denison, the management part, and not even living here. He said, I even have one that's driving from Dallas and back every day. And I think, you know, this doesn't solve all, but it will make it look a lot better, and it'll be a good presentation, because the men, we look at things different than women. But when women come in and see a town like this, they'll be very impressed. And we pay attention to what our wives say, I'm sure. So,
okay, thank you,
Thank-
Jim.
thank
Thank you
you.
so much.
appreciate you.
Okay, 4B, discussion, consideration, and possible action on Rodeo Road modifications regarding NBI Bridge number 00075, local ID Durant 4, Humpback Bridge.
We've had, we went back and looked at the last 12 months. We've had 9 vehicles stuck on the Humpback Bridge in the last 12 months. The first 6 months, there were none. The last 6 months, there were 9. According to the chief, it seems to run in patterns. So we looked at ways maybe we could reduce that number or maybe have a better outcome. It seems to be most of the traffic that gets stuck comes from east to west. Looked at Rodeo Road and Industrial. There's already designated a truck route there, but the signage isn't really very good. There's no signage prior to getting to Industrial and Rodeo Road. There's some pictures up there. That's what it looks like currently. The thought is maybe if we made it that's the next sign that's down on west past Willow that says it's a no truck route, no through trucks. So once you're there, you're definitely committed. So The next slide is, what we're proposing is making a three-way stop and put signage, better signage, and signage ahead of the industrial, and then signage along Ninth. Because there's no signage until you get actually to the bridge on Ninth Street to indicate that it's not a turn.
Any questions?
Is that that's probably for the chief. Is that a ticketable offense? Out of curiosity, how many have we issued, if any?
Out of those 9 incidences, I believe we issued, it was either 4 or 5. I believe it was four.
Yes, sir.
So approximately half. And if you looked at probably the citations that were issued was dependent upon the time spent out there. You know, some of them were a couple minutes, and some of them were, 12 minutes, and some of them were 50 minutes to an hour and a half. And it seems like the increase of time issued the citations.
Most of those are traveling from east to west.
I suspect so.
Most in there, I mean, that we act out of the 9.
I
guess most-
suspect so. We don't have that data recorded.
Just most of the pictures, I guess, I've seen that people have posted, that
Yeah.
seems to be the general direction.
That's what I've seen too.
And based on the signage that's out there that Mr. Dean's pointed out, that's appropriate with the problem that we're seeing.
Appreciate it.
I've never seen a truck headed eastbound hung up on that bridge. They've all been headed westbound.
All westbound.
And I have-
That would then be consistent.
I have an opinion on that. If you're going westbound, it sneaks up on you and the road just drops off. If you're coming off of Ninth, it's pretty obvious you got a nightmare on your hands.
Yeah.
So nobody will do it from there. So the signs coming from the east, I think, is a good idea personally.
It's a good plan.
I love that
I'd,
bridge. I hate to see it taken down.
I do feel the signage is not adequate, what we have. I'm not in favor of putting a stop sign up, but I do believe we need to improve the truck route and definitely no trucks past this point. Signs.
Absolutely. I think the increased signage would decrease the problem there,
Yeah.
no doubt.
Even to the point of putting one of those overhead bars at a certain height, that and
truck
very
can't.
visible, the truck can't get under.
Yeah.
Before you put a stop sign. Have there been any accidents at that intersection?
I didn't look into that, sir,
Okay.
and I don't recall any
So
offhand.
so offhand, I don't recall that being a
You're talking about
dangerous
industrial and
intersection.
rodeo,
Yes.
or on the bridge
No, on,
at the intersection? I don't
On
recall
the
any,
industrial and rodeo.
definitely, I don't recall any major crashes.
no, I know there are accidents at rodeo and South Ninth.
They're frequent.
Yes.
Yep, they're frequent. Even on top of the bridge, they're frequent, car to car.
Yeah.
So I will point out, though, if they're paying attention going either way, you can avoid the crashes.
Oh, I've been driving over that thing. for,
Absolutely.
Since 1964.
Never had a crash there, have you?
No.
Thank
It's an
you.
old bridge.
1907, I think.
Any discussion?
This proposal actually is considering both stop signs and additional signage for trucks.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
So it could be both or either or.
Yes, sir.
I kind of, tend to agree with Vice Mayor Scherer that, obviously, as you pointed out here, and I've been down Gamco Place, there's one small, probably 2 foot by 2 foot faded out sign that says no through trucks, and that's
Right.
it. And that's it's not even on this map, it's that far away. What would it hurt if maybe we adopted this for just the additional truck signage to start with and see if that resolved the situation before we put up the stop signs,
We can do,
if that's possible?
correct, we can put signage. The only reason that, as administrator, we could put signs up, right? The idea was if we're gonna do a stop sign by code, it has to be approved by council, if we're gonna have
Okay.
stop signs. So, but we can put additional signage
Okay.
up.
So,
easily,
so without council, you could
Yes,
put
sir.
up the other?
Yes, sir.
So if we're not gonna put the stop signs, we don't need to vote on it, or do we still need to vote on it?
The consensus is
That's,
just signage.
that's just a thought. I mean, there's 5 of us here.
I mean, if everyone's in agreement, if, it looks like maybe if the signage would work first,
I think we should
try the
improving
signage, and then if that doesn't work, then we'll go to Plan B, which is the stop sign. If that's, we don't need to vote on that, I guess, do we?
No, ma'am.
Okay, we just move on then. Okay, number 4. C, discussion, consideration, and possible action for a planned unit development, PUD, request for property located near South Ninth Avenue and Highway 70, PC 2022-04. Hi,
Good
Lisa.
evening, how are you? So this request was recommended for approval by staff, and it was also approved by Planning Commission. And there are representatives from Choctaw Nation here to answer any questions that you might have.
Hi, good evening. Jonathan Kirby with Kimley Horn and Associates, representing the nation on this case. Could you scroll down to our site plan, if you wouldn't mind? It's one of the last pages. So while he's getting there, I can introduce it. So we're proposing on this 3 phases of multifamily development at 9th Avenue and Highway 70, with retail along the 9th Avenue frontage. As you can see, there we go. Thank you for that. So north is down in this view. Thank you. So we're really excited about this project and bringing this project to the city. As you can tell, this is a pretty spread out development. It's not very dense, with a lot of open space, a lot of active areas for the residents, with the added amenity of the retail off of 9th Avenue. The phase 1 would be the furthest to the east phase, and would also include the detention pond, excuse me, and the leasing center with the amenity area back there. The spine road that goes through the development would stop at the leasing center during phase 1, and then would be further extended as the multiple phases came on. That road is proposed to be private road, with all the utilities on site also being proposed to be private. One of the discussion items last week was in regards to the traffic signal off of 9th Avenue. That is City of Durant has the jurisdiction on that. We reached out to ODOT and talked to them, and they just really want to be kept in the loop on whatever we end up doing there, and they're particularly interested in how we might alter the striping of 9th Avenue as you approach the intersection there. One of the other items for discussion was the future land use plan last week, and the future land use plan shows this as commercial, and we feel that the need here is to have the rooftops with the commercial as, you know, an accent piece to that off of 9th Avenue. So with that, we're here to answer any questions. I'll keep my spot short and sweet, and thank you.
I just had one question concerning just clarification on the signalization. Didn't you state last week that that would be part of the planned unit development, that you guys would be responsible for the signal?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Does anybody have any questions for the other gentleman that's sitting here? Are we ready for the vote, for the motion? Do
I
we have-
move we approve PC 2022-04, the planned unit development request for property located near South 9th and Highway 70.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please record the vote. Motion passes. Congratulations, gentlemen. Big smiles on your faces. Oh, Item 4D, consider approval of ordinance amending Title III Administration, Section 37.021 bidding requirements and Section 37.022 bidding procedures and declaring an emergency, O-2022-08.
I can speak to that, or you want to speak to that, Tom? Go ahead. I can speak to it, and then if Tom can add on if he'd like. This was something that I'm doing as a just somewhat of a cost-saving measure, but also to we have been utilizing our city website for quite some time to advertise our bids for various things. We do have a option on that bidding page where a vendor can sign up and be notified of all bids as they come along. And so this would make the advertising of bids solely through the website, and the notice of ordinances that have been approved by council would still be published in the newspaper, and they're published within a week of the council meeting, and they're in the classified section and under legals. Do you have anything further you want to say, Tom?
No, just state statute Title 11 requires that municipalities have a bidding process, but it allows the municipalities to set that process. So state statute doesn't necessarily set out how you have to advertise, and Cindy brought this to us that for some of these matters, it's probably more efficient to utilize the website, and a little more versatile. So this is well within the council's authority and the city's authority to set this procedure.
Thank you.
Tom, can you refresh my memory on why we declare an emergency for something like this?
Only because if an emergency is not declared, it doesn't become immediately effective. If you declare an emergency, it's effective as soon as it's passed, and they can start doing, advertising on the website tomorrow.
How long are we talking if we don't do that?
Is it 30 days?
30 days,
Yeah.
yes, sir.
Any further discussion? Call for the motion.
Make a motion approving ordinance amending Title III, Administration, Section 37.021 and Section 37.022, Section 1 of Ordinance 2022-08.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Call for the vote. Motion carries.
I make a
We-
motion to declare the emergency clause for Ordinance 2022-08, Section 2.
We have a motion. Do we have a second on the emergency clause?
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. Call for the vote. Motion, is that the same one, or is that the different? Okay, motion passes. Number 4E, consider approval of ordinance enacting a code of ordinances for the city of Durant, Oklahoma, revising, amending, restating, codified, and compiling certain existing general ordinances of the political subdivision dealing with subjects embraced in such code of ordinances and declaring an emergency. O-2022-07. Discussion.
All right. This is kind of an overhaul of our Code of Ordinances book, and it has not been done in about 20 years. So it was a big, several months long process, and we've now gotten to the end of that process, and Mr. Markham has reviewed several hundred pages of ordinances, and I do have, upon approval of this ordinance, I do have a new code that each of you will be presented with. And this is something that is required, that we do this, so it's all staying in compliance with state statute.
Is there any discussion? Call for a motion.
Make a motion to approve ordinance 020-22-07, sections 1 through 5.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. Call for the vote. Motion passes. Motion called for emergency.
Make a motion to approve the emergency clause, section 6 for ordinance 0-2022-07.
We have a motion. We have a second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Call for the vote. Is that the second one, Cindy? Okay, that's good. Okay. Okay, motion passes. Item number 4F, discussion, consideration, and possible action on list of city streets to be striped. Mr. Phillip.
Councilman, ma'am, we've compiled a list of several streets in town that we would need to restripe. 92,000 linear feet, matter of fact. We found some pricing on state contract, and we're estimating cost between $75,000 and $80,000. But we're just asking to go out for bid for this purpose. We have you have a packet, you have a map and stuff in that. Any questions?
So long overdue. you?
Yes, ma'am. On some of them, really.
Right, some of them are.
Yeah.
Any discussion?
So would the motion be to allow the city to move forward with the bidding process?
Yes.
Call for the you want to make the motion?
Make a motion for the city to move forward with the bidding process to restripe the streets listed.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second.
I'll second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Call for the vote. Motion passes. Item number 4G, discussion, consideration, and possible action on certain streets to be improved. Mr. Phillip again.
Right. You have a list. We're going to redo Stonebriar and Briarwood Lane. Commercial Lane, these are several streets that are dirt, just gravel streets now. And Peppernut. Peppernut and Commercial will probably have to be totally redone. Commercial Lane, there are semis that go in and out of that neighborhood, so it needs to be done in concrete. ODOT approved concrete, yeah. If you don't, we'll just be out there re-asphalting all the time. We estimate just the concrete without any labor or base rock or anything about $80,000. And then the asphalt, with rebuilding Peppernut probably from the ground up, you're looking at probably $202,000 for that, for the rest of the streets, just the asphalt, not labor and or anything included, so.
What are we doing to Stonebriar about approximately?
We'll be resurfacing it with asphalt. Fixing the spots that need to be fixed and then re-asphalting everything.
Will any of these streets have curbs?
I didn't put that in for curbs, possibly commercial since we're doing concrete on it,
That's the one I was thinking.
yeah,
Yeah, that should be done, Steve.
right.
Any discussion? Call for a vote or a motion? Do we have a motion?
I move we approve Phillips' list of streets to be improved.
Do we have a second?
Just for clarification, are we actually approving them for,
Bid,
or for bid?
for bid.
And then you'll come back
Go out
with
for
the
bid,
bids?
yes, I'll bring it back next month with, when I get my
Okay.
bids in.
Because I suspect commercial is going to be significantly higher than 80,000.
Yes, probably,
Thank you.
you bet.
Do we need to revise that motion? I don't even remember what it was. Who made it?
Thank you.
I've got a question.
Oh.
Or,
Yes, sir.
I don't see Folsom Road on here. We're just talking about the lanes off Folsom.
Yes, sir. What,
Folsom is actually.
Park County,
It's not in the city, sir.
yeah.
Okay.
I modify my motion to say, I move we approve the city to take bids to improve the list that Philip mentioned.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second?
Call for the vote. Motion passes.
Thank y'all.
Congratulations. See you next month. Okay, number 4H. I knew I'd have to see you tonight, Miss Becca. How are you?
Of course, I'm good.
Okay, are we ready? Number 4H, hi Kenneth. The C Doppler Weather Radar System funded through the Oklahoma State Appropriation E EMPG-2021-ARPA-1, C-2021-68 GC awarded in the amount of $1,600,000.
Okay, thank you so much, and we're gonna double team this. I'm excited to be able to present this milestone towards the, moving our weather radar forward. Staff did open up the single bid that we received on February the 24th, and Barron Weather and Jeff Petrosky is here representing the company. Their bid was submitted for the $1,035,000. And it is a recommendation of the staff that the council approve the bid, or the proposal, I should say, as submitted. And you'll see a letter in your packet as a from Kenneth Epler.
Okay. We just go on to one, don't we? All right,
I'm sorry, you didn't read the number one, did you?
no.
I'm
let-
sorry.
Let me read it, Becca, for the record. 1, discussion, consideration, and possibly action on the second seal proposal received by Barron Weather, Inc., C-2021-68, Barron proposal in the amount of $1,035,000. $1,035,000. I can't read it, $1,035,000, for the C Doppler Weather Radar System, C-2021-68, GC.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the one you were just
Yes,
discussing.
it is the proposal. Yes, that we're asking for approval for that.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Are we ready for a motion?
And let me think this just a second. Yes, we're gonna, you need to approve that or accept that bid, and then the other items will be contingent upon, the vendor meeting the requirements and legal review. Yes, okay, I had to think that through.
Do we have a motion?
I move, I move we accept the proposal received by Barron Weather Inc., C-2021-68, in the amount of $1,035,000 for the CE Doppler weather radar system, C-2021-68 GC.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
I second.
We have a motion, we have a second, call for the vote. Mine didn't come up. Wait a minute, here it is. Motion passes. Okay, item number 2, discussion, consideration, and possible action to approve the agreement C-2021-68 extended service to purchase 48 months of extended service and support in the amount of $60,000 from Barron Weather Inc. for the C Doppler weather radar system, C-2021-68 GC.
Okay, and I think it'd be good if Kenneth could explain what all that is, what that means.
Yes, the radar has a one-year warranty as it comes. This will be 4 additional years. This includes, it's not exactly like a car warranty. It's 50% on labor. The labor's $1,500 a day if you don't have the warranty for a technician. And this would be $750 a day and 10% discount on parts. But we get real-time monitoring. They will, Barron will monitor over the internet. They'll monitor the radar. They'll be able to tell if anything's wrong with it. They'll help us do adjustments or whatever over the phone or whatever we need. So you're getting tech support as well as 50% discount, and I believe a once-a-year checkup. Is that right? They come once a year.
Physically fly to the site, and we do what's called a preventive maintenance inspection, and we do a site inspection, and then we give that to the city and say, if we identify anything that might be a problem in the future, we identify it, tell, give you a price on it, so that we do those things yearly, so.
Yeah.
Kind of a health
They'll
check.
come, go up and lubricate everything and check everything out once a year, included in that.
What's the expected lifetime of this radar? Useful lifetime?
Come on up. Yeah.
So what's the expected useful lifetime of this radar?
Most of the Dopplers today, because so many components are digital, and they're not the old maintenance type things we had 20, 30 years ago, 15 to 25 years is not unreasonable at all. Yeah. Any other questions from anybody?
You gonna personally climb that tower, and check it out?
Excuse me?
So you gonna personally climb that tower and check it out every year?
What was the question?
Are you personally going to climb the tower and check it out?
I will not climb the tower. I'm not bonded to do that on the water tower, but it's a great location. I will tell you that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Call for a motion.
Mayor, could we add, please, to this motion, Tom, that this be contingent upon the bonding requirements being met in your review?
Just for this one or?
Well, it's actually because we wouldn't, I don't think we would approve an agreement for the extended service until we have met all the bond, until the vendor has met all the bonding requirements.
That could be a portion of all of the motions. It could be a portion of number 4 as part of the legal review and review by staff, however you want to do it. But I think bonding requirements would be required on all of it, so
Yes, sir.
I don't know that it's necessary to make it part of the motion.
Okay. That's fine.
I've got a question. Has your company been bonded before?
Yes.
Okay.
We do radar projects all over the world and have for 40 years.
And we did receive a bonding capacity letter from the bonding company in his proposal packet.
Any other questions, discussion? Call for a motion.
I make the motion that we approve. The Doppler radar system.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, call for the vote.
Mine hasn't come up yet. Yes.
Okay,
It just popped up.
okay, motion passes. Okay, item number, let's see what part we on now. Okay, item number 3, discussion, consideration, and possible action to purchase spare parts in the amount of $150,000 from Barron Weather, Inc. for the C Doppler weather radar system, C-2021-68 GC.
And I'm also gonna let Kenneth speak on this as well.
All the radar vendors, the EEC that we looked at last time, and as well as Barron, they have a list of recommended spare parts that you keep on hand. That way you're not subject to supply chain issues, obsolescence, things that normally they know what generally wears out. It's a moving part. It's got gears and belts and things. The magnetron tube that it uses, the electron tube it uses to make the radar beam last 3.5 to 5 years, costs $41,000. So this package, and they've given us a list, gearbox, power supplies, motors, things like that, it's $150,000. Since we have the grant, we have excess funds, we thought it'd be prudent to go ahead and purchase that package of parts now, and we don't have to worry about supply chain and obsolescence. And we could even add to that if, at the end of the project, if we have excess funds left.
Do we get all those in our possession immediately that we have soon?
Yes. We'd have them here, and they don't have to ship, they just fly the guy out and we've got the parts. Or some of these things we can change ourselves, like probably power supplies, switches, and things. And not be down.
I'll make a motion that we, purchase spare parts for $150,000.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second, call for the vote. Oops. Motion passes. Number 4, discussion, consideration, and possible action to authorize the mayor to sign contract documents related to the C Doppler weather radar system, EMPG-2021-ARPA-1, C-2021-68 GC proposal award upon completed vendor requirements, legal review, and approval.
Okay. And I would like to make a point, as Kenneth said, that the parts will be covered by the grant. Everything that you've approved tonight is covered by the grant funds, and they're on your memo. There's the budget, and with these items, there's still a balance of $355,000. And I know that that Kenneth and the Emergency Management Department, they've identified they need a generator and some security measures and fencing, so they should be able to secure all of those as well with the funding. So yes, and this item is just asking the council to approve for you, Mayor, to sign all the related contract documents after the bonding requirements have been met and with legal approval. Okay.
Discussion? Call for a motion.
I'll make the motion that we, approve the mayor signing the contract, Doppler radar.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second, call for the vote. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. And I would like to mention too that Mr. Petrosky has said that their goal to finish is September. Correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
Plan on starting as soon as possible, some of the groundwork, and then radar will follow up in the August, September timeframe. So we're very, very excited for the city of Durant. It's greatly needed, as you guys know, so we're very excited. Thank you for your confidence and your vote. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Becca. Okay, 4I, discussion, consideration, and possible action on investigation and report on the location and design of the Unity Monument. Who's going to speak on that?
This item is concerning the Unity Monument. If you remember back in early of 20, council approved permit for the ODOT right-of-way just west of Carl Albert Park. And Janie Umstead has been designing a monument, and the chief has signed off on the design. And so this is asking for you to approve the design and a location.
And the location,
There's a design in the packet if you go down. We don't have a cover. I wish we did. Keep going. No. Should be up.
and the location of this is going to be out by,
There it is.
yeah.
It'd be 3 feathers, approximately 35 feet tall, and 11 magnolia in the middle. It will not be supported by an up and down pole. It'll only be supported by the lower pole to the ground is the design change.
And it'll be out at, not near Carl Albert Park, out on Washington Street, the exit right in there.
This is similar to the one in Ireland,
Sorta, kind of.
sort of, kind of.
Yeah.
We had a picture of the one in Ireland.
I got one on my phone, but I think I left my phone at home. I can't find it. It will be lighted. It'll be 36 feet tall and
36 or 75?
36.
36.
Yeah, I think at one time we wanted it to be 75, but because of the cost, it has been locally done. The guy, and we were gonna have just the 2 feathers, and the chief wanted the 3rd feather, and the Choctaws are paying for the 3rd feather themselves because they wanted that one on there.
No, no.
And then I guess we should recognize that the tourism committee gave us a sizable donation for that statue. And I think our target date is April 30th. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How tall is the one in Ireland? Anybody know?
It's not that tall.
Not that tall?
No. The chief was pretty impressed.
At 35 feet?
Yeah, because I think with that drone program they have, I think he's gonna find a way to use that with his drone program to fly over it and take pictures, and especially with it lit up at night and such.
Councilman Shear, according to the internet, the Irish one is 20 feet tall and has a similar look, but the feathers sort of turn out or stick up rather than turn in toward the middle.
How tall is it?
The,
20?
says 20 feet.
Yeah, I knew that. I thought ours would be bigger, so.
Well, since we're gonna one-up Ireland, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the location and design of the Unity Monument.
I actually have a question before, has this been before Planning Commission?
Yes,
Okay.
Yes, sir.
yes,
Fair
sir.
enough.
Motion stands.
Did you make a motion?
Yes.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. Record the vote. Motion passes. Item 4J, discussion, consideration, and possible action on the relocation of the Dixon Durant statue to City Hall.
The Keep Durant Beautiful has been looking at different things, and this is one of the things that they've recommended is to move Dixon to City Hall for higher visibility. A lot of people don't even know where he's located on Market Square. This did go to the Planning Commission last week, and they voted 5-0 to relocate him to City Hall. So,
Any discussion?
I just had one follow-up question. Last week, I know it was mentioned that to make sure that this did not impede the plans with Streetscape Phase 5?
Yes, sir.
And have we verified it does not?
yes, sir.
Now, southeast corner, is that gonna be in conjunction with the Peanut, or
It'll be in that general
are we
vicinity.
gonna try to make like a little plaza there, maybe, to, you know, not just one stuck here and one there?
One stuck there.
Right.
But
Make it look like it was planned to be
Yeah,
together?
play it like it's planned, maybe?
Did
Yeah.
you see out there where,
That's a
where
good
it
idea.
sticks out in that round circle? I don't know if you remember, that's kind of where he's gonna go.
I think I'd give another, I was out there today, taking pictures of Big Peanut with, visitors from China and Chicago.
And there's people out there all the time.
Yeah, they
It's
are.
crazy.
Okay. Any more discussion or call for the motion?
I'll make a motion to relocate the Dixon Durant statue to City Hall.
We have a motion, we have a second?
I'll
Second.
second.
We have 2 seconds. Call for the vote.
Get it done.
Motion passes. Item number 4K, discussion, consideration, and possible action on a lease agreement with Intelligent Marketing USA, Inc., DBA Turf Tank. Mr. Ryan?
Hello. So, I'm with the Parks and Rec Department. What we're wanting to do is, right now, we're having trouble finding aerosol cans to paint all the soccer fields and football fields, and due to labor shortage. Right now, we're looking at 4 to 8 weeks out on 24 cases of paint. This lease will help us not only save us money in the long run, but it will help us get the paint that we can use for the rest of the year. This is a robotic machine that we will have programmed with Turf Tank. They will come out and program, they'll set up the fields how we want them, and pretty much all my guys have to do at that point is go out there and push a button, and it will paint the fields how we want it. Every time, straight lines, no issue. The lease comes with $3,000 worth of paint, which should last us all year, and just in labor alone, I figured it out. Right now, for the very first day of painting fields for the fall and spring, soccer and football are our biggest issue. We spend about $40,000 in labor costs, with all 5 guys having to measure, put out lines, paint it, and all that. This will do it in 4 hours and 5 minutes, or 30 minutes, saving us roughly, on the first day, it's $100 a day for us to use it, and we can paint the whole thing. Over the entire year, with labor and with paint costs, we're looking at around $50,000 that we spend. We'll still spend around $3,000 in labor costs, because all my guy has to do, go out, push a button, weed eat the area while the robot goes, make sure it doesn't run out of paint. So I'm looking at getting this lease agreement signed. I already have money in the budget that I can set aside to sign it. I just need your guys' approval, because it's a 6-year lease for $91,500, I believe. And we'll just, the first year it's $16,500. This is the quote for the competitor. It's buying it out for over 5 years, $20,000 a year. just from the demos is cheaper built and the paint is harder to come by. With Turf Tank, it's more reliable. It comes with its own charging station. You can program designs so our football field can actually have the City of Durant logo on it if we wanted to. And we don't have to pay for the designs of all the different fields that we're gonna be using. Rugby, lacrosse, all that comes for it for free. We just have to have the template.
Do you have any personal experience with this company, or have you?
I
talked to
personally
someone who
haven't,
has?
but I've talked to Denton and Dennison. Both of them are now looking into buying a second one for a different park location. So they call up their FTE, their full-time employee, because it does as much work as a full-time employee, and you don't have to pay him as much.
What did you say the first day cost savings was on labor?
So the first day of the year so pretty much 2 days or 2 paints of the year, it roughly costs us $40,000 to paint all soccer, all of football, and all of lacrosse. And that is over 440 hours worth, because it takes roughly a week to get all soccer done. Day to 2 days for football. Lacrosse, every year the dimensions of the fields change, it feels like, so they have to remeasure and redo everything. Once we have this, it will take roughly 1 day to paint the entire complex.
Okay, because trying to figure how you got $40,000 on first day, but.
Yeah, that was my,
first
at
day
first,
for
it's
each.
for each sport.
Okay.
So, yeah, soccer takes the longest because we have a total of 8 fields, and we,
I was thinking we need to go back and see what we're actually paying the parks guys.
yeah. Luck.
Thanks for clarifying.
I wish it was that much. But, any other questions?
Any questions?
And from the league, we're fine with entering into a multi-year.
So it does have a provision. It's a 6-year contract, but it does have, there's an appendix to the contract that if the council doesn't appropriate funds for each subsequent year, that there's a termination provision.
And if we like how this machine works and how much it costs, roughly we can buy it outright for $55,000 minus $10,000 every year that we have already leased it. I'm recommending we do the lease agreement first. That way we actually can troubleshoot it, make sure my guys can actually know how to run it, and before we purchase the machine.
Maintenance and services included in
That's
the.
they have a 24/7 service deal. Maintenance, they have a warranty, they have maintenance costs, but it's while we're in the lease agreement, most of it's free. And upkeep is, once you're done spraying, you put water through it, and that's all it takes.
Any other discussion? Call for a motion.
Make the motion that we approve the lease to Turf Tank for the tiny mobile robots.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
We have 2 seconds.
Thank you.
Call for the vote. Thank you. Motion passes. 4L, discussion, consideration, and possible action on change order number 1 for University Boulevard improvements to install a parallel sewer main to add necessary sewer capacity. Brandon, you get to speak tonight. Good to see you.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Before we talk about the specifics of the change order, I want to give you guys a little background on how this kind of came to be. You guys have had trouble historically with your sewer line from University Place going east under West Side, that stretch in through there, especially down near Charlie Bachman's office. As you turn and go north up West Side, you gain elevation that clears out sewer faster. You haven't had a lot of trouble going north, but you've repeatedly had trouble between University Place and West Side. And as a part of the agreement that you guys approved with the pipeline analysis company to look at your sewer system and do some flow monitoring, that's one particular area that we were gonna really pay attention to. We felt like there had to be some I&I coming in there somewhere to get, especially down toward the east end, to give that much trouble with that sewer main. So during this, and you have about 450 gallons a minute approximately coming into that sewer main from the east. It carries everything from the east down to West Side and then goes north. When we were doing this project, there's a section in there where at some point in the past, they actually brought, you had a buried drainage structure first of all, so there's a structure going under University that's actually buried. And when we dug that out, we exposed that sewer line, and the maps show either an 8-inch or a 12-inch, depending on what map you look at, and that sewer main's a 6-inch. And it looks like they've taken the old existing pipe and pulled a new pipe through it, so you're actually carrying all that in a 6-inch pipe. So that kind of led us to say, let's look at capacity upstream both now and future, and try to come up with a solution while we're out there on University, see what it would cost, bring it back to council. That's kind of why we're here tonight. Initially, we had looked at, the sewer now is on the south side of University. It runs the entire extent. What we had looked at initially was replacing that sewer main in place, but the sewer's not in bad shape that we've seen. It's just a 6-inch. And somewhere down there, it goes up to an 8-inch as best we can tell from looking in the manholes. What we decided was maybe it's a good plan to lay a parallel sewer main on the other side of University, a new 12-inch. So we would have that existing sewer main, be it a 6-inch or an 8-inch. We're not sure exactly all the way through there what size it is, but we would have a new 12-inch on the north side, cross over and run 3,300 feet, 12-inch, all the way down University. We cross back over to the south by the bank, go under West Side, past the Bachman's office, and then turn and go north and tie into the sewer line going north, which at that point you gain slope and you start dropping, which gives us adequate sewer capacity. Now at some point there may be some point downstream that we have to upgrade in the future, but the thing about this section is we're going to have new sidewalks, new streets that this sewer main would go under. So if we were going to do it, we felt like now was the time to come to city council with this and discuss it. We just found this out, so we had the contractor give us a price. We got the price at $430 today. It's what you have in front of you there at $896,000. That's more than we were expecting, honestly, for 3,300 feet of sewer. The second page that I handed you is some pricing pre-COVID on a similar 12-inch line. We just took the quantities, plugged in similar pricing. $621,000 was the price pre-COVID. And the third page I gave you is a project at Choctaw, some 12-inch and very similar project that we did at Choctaw. We plugged in the quantities. It was $750,000. Now this project is immediately adjacent to University. In fact, when they lay the sewer line, they would have one track on University, and they would have to build a steel box adjacent to University to drag along to be able to install the sewer main that close to University. So we would expect some price increase because of the difficulty of construction, but I don't know, it feels like too much to us. So besides the fact we can't do it as a change order. We can't go over 15% of the contract price for Title 61, so we can't even do it as a change order. So I guess what we're doing tonight, bringing this to council kind of as an FYI to discuss. We're probably going to need to take no action on this item. What we would need to do is bring it back. You'd have to do an emergency declaration to approve this item because it doesn't comply with Title 61. So we aren't actually asking for any action tonight. I guess you could make an emergency declaration, but it's not on the agenda, so probably not.
Probably not. I mean, if it was a true emergency, we could do it under new business, but I don't think this would qualify for an emergency on this agenda item.
And I think that was kind of our feeling as well. So probably just asking council to take no action on this one. Discussions I had with the city manager, this would be the contractor that's out there now doing the utility relocations and the paving. We would probably get another contractor to look at it, because if we did it on the basis of an emergency, we could at least
Brandon,
come back to you and say someone else has looked at it.
Is this holding up the repaving of that stretch on University? Or does this need to be done immediately to continue that and get that on schedule?
It needs to be done quickly. I'll talk to you about that project. We're concerned about that project because of the amount of time that has expired so far. On these contracts, we can say we're worried about you, but they have a contract time. We can't really go in and say, what are your, hurry up. We think you're gonna run out of time. We did ask
We're taking a lot
them.
of heat from the citizens, believe me.
Yes, and we're worried about them finishing on time. There's $1,000 a day liquidated damages in the contract that if they go past their completion date.
Can they blame it on us if we don't do something about this sewer?
At some point, they can, yes. We asked them today to give us a summary of, do they have any COVID-related delays? Do they have any weather-related delays? There's an easement issue there on the south side of Larkspur that we've been working through. Was that any kind of delay? And they said to date, they've had about 21 days of delay, which is, kind of about what we were anticipating. So they're still looking at sometime in June completion date. I don't see it. I don't see them making that. So we're concerned with their completion date already.
Yeah.
This would, if we did this, we would have to extend their completion date probably about 90 days if we added this sewer to their work, because they're gonna have to actually move to the other end, do the work in the opposite order, and they're gonna have to kind of follow the sewer main as they go. This sewer main would actually be under all the new construction. So it is time critical. I don't know, I think the net change in the contract's probably gonna be 90 days, whether we approve it now or 2 weeks from now. We'd just like to do a little more due diligence on their pricing, especially if we're gonna do it without a bid. Now, the other option is to actually bid it out, but then we could be looking at an additional 30-day delay on a project that I already feel like it's gonna go over time. They've just not made good progress on the project so far. We've been very disappointed with their progress.
A lot of people have. Did you say you were gonna reach out to a different contractor?
Excuse me?
Did you say you were gonna reach out to a different contractor for this?
We are, yes. Just to
see.
kind of do a price check. I mean, I feel like the existing contractor needs to do it. They're out there, their equipment's out there. It's them that's already contracted to do the utility relocation, plus it's them doing the sidewalk and all the drainage structures that go over the top of the sewer main. But at the same time, we can't just open our wallet and smile just because they're already out there. We need to do a little due diligence. And if we get a price from another contractor that's cheaper, we could ask them to sharpen their pencil a little bit. So at this point, I think we just ask you to take no action on it. It might have to come back as a special meeting, just so we don't want to give them any reason to have any excuses when they start owing us $1,000 a day.
Before we take no action, do you have a timeline on when you may be able to reach this other contractor to get an idea?
I would say just within a few days. We've already sent everything to another contractor today, so they're looking at it. So I would say just within a few days.
Thank you.
If we don't do this on this project, what are the alternatives? Do we have to dig up the pavement, sidewalks to do it, or is there another I mean, obviously the line needs to be enlarged.
If we didn't do it on this project, I think what we would have to do is we'd probably have to leave the sewer main on the south side of University and probably get an easement. So from University Place to West Side, we'd probably be looking at trying to get a private easement. There's really not room on the right-of-way without tearing up stuff that we just put in. So we'd probably be looking at going outside the right-of-way to a private easement, which is doable. I don't know.
What kind of timeline on a private easement? I mean, you're talking about probably a significant timeline.
it would probably have to be condemned. You'd probably have to condemn the easement. I don't think you're gonna get a voluntary easement through those, for those properties along University.
Is this 12-inch line a 50-year solution?
It is, it is. The combination of the two lines, the line on the south side's in decent shape, it's just undersized.
Condemnation is not a particularly lengthy process to get access to the property. I mean, you get access to the property fairly quickly. You don't know how much it's gonna cost until a long time down the road when the condemnation matter is finally resolved. But, access to the property happens relatively quickly. Can.
So I think that's our two options. I would tell you that a condemned easement and not dealing with laying right beside University would probably be a cheaper option, but there's the wild card of what are you gonna have to give for the property. So in a typical situation, I would say we'd probably be $200,000 to $300,000 cheaper if we were just laying this line just out in the middle of nowhere, which is kind of what we would be doing if we went into an easement. We wouldn't have to deal with existing University, all the existing utilities, pavement repairs. The bore's pretty pricey going under West Side, and we could get around some of that if we went on to a private easement, but I think it would just have to be kind of a blanket condemnation of the easement. And ultimately, what would you have to give for that, and would it eat up your $200,000 to $300,000 in savings?
Cost aside, which one would be the best solution? Getting an easement or going on this project?
Going on this project's the best long-term solution, because at that point, we can have a parallel main. We can actually continue to use both mains, moving to the north side. The idea of having a sewer main on a private easement, if we ever had any issues with it, I mean, it is technically the city's property, but you're gonna be that much closer to those existing businesses. To put the line right behind the curb on the north side, under the sidewalk, is the best solution. I mean, if we ever had to fix it in the future, we have to tear out sidewalk, but we're not in somebody's front door. Which, if you think about where your right-of-way goes to on that south side of University, if we condemned a 30-foot easement through there, we're gonna be in people's front door. So we feel like the best solution definitely is going to the north side, putting it under that existing construction. We're gonna be tearing all that out anyway, so all the right-of-way in that entire area is gonna be cut out for curb, gutter, drainage structures. So I think going to the north side's the best solution.
Do we have the money? This $1 million where's the money gonna come from?
It would come from the project money that we already have for the street improvements. The loan money. Yes.
I just had a question on the surveying. It looks like on your surveying portion that it almost triples on the money amount. Could you elaborate why that would triple like that?
We're gonna have, that's one of the things we have questions about. That 22,000 seemed extremely high for additional surveying. You're really talking about something that a contractor, once the points are set, you're talking about something that a contractor can mostly do in-house. We have a question as to why their survey number was that high.
Okay, thank you.
Before we would approve this, we're gonna ask for a lot of specific breakdowns, like, we know surveying's gonna be done by a subcontractor, we know traffic control's gonna be done by a subcontractor. The traffic control seemed high to me too, at 14,000.
Yes.
We would ask for quotes from subcontractors for that additional amount.
Okay.
Not just somebody writing in a number. Yeah, that's good. We had that, that's good questions. We had the same comment.
All right.
5,000-6,000 for survey seems like enough, not 22.
I was gonna say, it shouldn't take much changing to fix that, so.
Not when there's already a surveyor out there too.
Right.
David Page is already surveying it, so I don't know how much more work you're talking about to set 8 or 10 manholes.
Gotcha.
So, no, that's definitely a question we would ask the contractor.
Seems like there's a lot we need to ask, so.
Yes, and we just got this at 4 o'clock, 4:30
Okay.
basically, so we just haven't had a good chance to.
Okay, so basically, we can go ahead on 4L and no action.
Just take no
We'll
action.
just take no action.
And we'll be back and talk again.
Okay.
All right.
I do think we
Thank
need to get on it, and, I mean.
We do, because this is. I hate
And
to
they may know that too, that may be one of the prices, well, they kinda got us over the barrel.
They do, and they know that a little bit. And I hate to say this project could end up going south, but I'm afraid it could end up going south, so we don't want to give them anything to come back at us on. I mean, we're already gonna have to give them some time, probably an additional 90 days is what they've asked for. We would probably ask them to give us a little justification on that too.
You have any idea, anything occurred to you why it looks like it's going this way? Is it manpower or experience or what?
It's not experience. Typically on jobs like this, it's just that they have, their crews are busy somewhere else. I mean, this contractor's plenty capable of doing the work and has adequate staffing. My guess would be they're behind on some other job and just don't have anybody to move in. I mean, there's no reason why they shouldn't have already had that first section east of Larkspur already paved. We do have an I don't know if council's aware of this, we do have an issue there south of Larkspur that you have some structures out there that aren't on right of way. They were put in at a point where it would appear that there's city street right of way south of Larkspur. Stuff was put in out there. I guess it was county at one time, so there's no actual street right of way going south. Larkspur doesn't cross over. You don't have right of way there. So that based on an assumption that there was right of way there at one point, we figured out there really wasn't. So we have an AT&T line out there that's not where it needs to be. And we've been working through that easement issue, but it's not something that, I mean, they said 21 days so far. That's weather, COVID delay, any other kind of delay. So that's not a huge issue. We're still talking 1st of July, which there's no way. We still have a signal light to put up that they haven't started on yet. So
We haven't even got in the rainy season yet.
yeah, that's exactly right. And we've had a dry winter so far, and now we're coming into April and May. Well, we'll cross our fingers. And you know, unfortunately, on these types of jobs, we can yell and scream, and that's about it. They have a contract, they have a completion date. And what we tell people is, unfortunately, they could come out on the very last day of the contract and do every bit of it, and there's nothing we can really say about that. All we can do is say, $1,000 a day if you miss your deadline.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Brandon. Okay, 4M, discussion, consideration, and possible action on an ordinance of the City of Durant, Oklahoma, detaching certain property from the limits of the City of Durant, Oklahoma, amending the Code of Ordinance of the City of Durant, Oklahoma, and declaring an emergency. Discussion.
This is for the subdivision that's out just east of town that Derek Brewer's working on. The front 4 lots portions of them sit in the city limits. The whole rest of the subdivision sits out. It's in part of the right-of-way that was given to the city when they changed for 70, when 70 moved. So Tom has prepared a detachment ordinance which would detach that portion that is not in the state right-of-way, but includes the portion of the lots that are in the subdivision as depicted there.
That's correct. It basically takes about 1/3 of an acre out of the city limits. That was going, because some of those, as you can see, the very southern few feet of those 4 lots were in the city limits, which was going to subject the developer to possibly subject him to some city requirements when 98% of the rest of the platted area was not in the city limits. So it may be that his entrances still are within the city limits and may have to, comply, but otherwise it didn't make sense to have just those few feet of those 4 lots within the city limits when the rest of it wasn't. So the developer paid for the survey so that we could see exactly where the highway boundary was, the city limit boundary, and the platted area. So it basically takes that little shape outlined in red out of the city limits, but doesn't change ownership or anything of that portion.
Any further discussion? Call for motion.
Make a motion to detach the property from the city limits of Durant, Oklahoma, amending the Code of Ordinances as outlined in section M, or item M, section 1.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second, call for the vote. Motion passes.
I'll make a motion to approve section 2, the emergency clause.
We have a motion, do we have a second for the emergency clause?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second, call for the vote. Is that it, or? Is that it now? Okay. Happened so fast, I wasn't looking. Thank you. Okay, do we have a motion to recess out of the city council meeting and move into the Durant City Utilities Authority?
I'll make a motion, we go into executive session.
No, we're not going into.
Oh.
That's not the motion.
What is-
We'll come back to that after.
We're recessing and going out
Oh,
of.
okay. A motion that we recess out of the city council.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, call for the vote. Huh? Okay, then we. That's okay, then it passed.
Yeah, you can recess out.
Okay, it is. Okay. Oh, I gotta do that again. Let's see. Oops. Get rid of leave meeting. Yes. And utility, John.
So we're going to the airport authority?
No, city utilities.
City utilities.
Yeah. Everybody ready? Cindy? Okay.
Yeah, well, I'm in there, but
Oh, we're gonna let,
sure I ought to join. Oh, wait, maybe I didn't, hang on, here, I got it, I think, yeah,
You got it.
I got it now.
He's got it.
Got it.
Okay, it is 7:32, and the Durant City Utilities Authority is now in session. Call to order. Would the secretary call the roll?
Trustee Brittingham?
Here.
Trustee Miller?
Here.
Trustee Morris?
Here.
Vice Chairman Shear?
Here.
Chairman Groby?
Here, we have one item under consent item, number A, which needs to be approved, the approval of the minutes for February 8, 2022.
Motion to approve consent item.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second, call for the vote. Motion passes. We have information items, if anyone wants to speak to anyone here, any employees about the information items. If not, we'll move on to 4A, administration. Discussion, consideration, and possible action on applications to the Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality for a permit to construct water pollution control of public water supply facilities and/or supply potable water to serve Remington Hills Phase 6.
This application was submitted prior to the last ordinance that was adopted. for those applicants outside the city limits. The only concern that I have with the application is that Rural Water District 2 has said that they will not terminate water custom or sewer customers that are delinquent on the city's part.
So if they don't pay the bills, that's just tough, right? I mean, Rural Water Two's not gonna bill them, we would have to sue them or something to get our money.
It certainly hamstrings the city's ability to enforce the water bill. So if the city provides water, or provides sewer, you know, if it's someone in the city limits, we have the ability to cut off the water. If we're providing sewer service to someone outside the city limits, and the rural water provider, or even if it's within the city limits, if it's a rural water provider and they're not willing to cut off the water, the enforcement for the sewer services is really limited. There's not a good way to cut off sewer services.
Why are they opposed to working with us?
They said they have enough difficulty with their water customers that are delinquent, that they don't want to add to the list, basically.
I just wanted to clarify, this is the last project that we have grandfathered in.
Yes, sir.
That has the potential to be approved though, right?
Yes, sir.
And it's 32 lots.
Yes, sir.
Are you saying that we need to approve this tonight, or?
If we don't approve it, what happens?
It would kill the project that they've already been working on for what?
I don't know how it's been working on.
I think the property owner is here if he would like to speak. Might be beneficial.
Good evening, my name is Denny Hall. I developed most of Remington Hills and gonna try to add this phase 6. I did pay a sewer tap fee in October of 2020. I've not been pushing the project that fast, but based on precedents of Remington Hills and other projects around town, once we cleared that hurdle, I didn't think it would be any issue to go ahead and develop outside the city limits. After speaking with Mr. Dean, I certainly see the difficulty not providing water, as all of Remington Hills is rural water to city sewer. I know there's other subdivisions around town like that. I have spent hours trying to get territory released from rural water, and I have been unsuccessful. So I don't think that is going to be a possibility, but we are a ways down the road in this project. And I know that the ordinance last month that was passed, but would ask that you approve this one based on our time and money we've already spent, solely based on previous precedents from the city.
But you're asking us to provide a service, but we have no recourse to collect for our service.
And prior to visiting with Mr. Dean, I did not even catch that. I did not know that was a problem for the city, but obviously it would be a problem. I hope that we would have the same type clientele. I should have probably looked into Remington Hills tenants. Do we have any delinquents? Is it a problem for that type of?
That's a good question.
Those type of tenants, and
Are we having any problems there?
I don't know specifically in that region. I don't know. I know in Rural Water District 2, we do have issues, but I don't know if in Remington Hills if that's a specific issue.
that it's just a different, kind of a different class of subdivision there, but, moving forward, I certainly understand the concerns.
If we turn this down, how much would it hurt you? You said it would hurt you because of the money you've already spent
Yeah,
preparing.
I'm paid the city $3,327, paid a surveyor $5,600, and an engineer $10,000.
So
19,000 roundabout.
the bottom line is you're a person that came in just right on the cusp of when we passed that.
Right. Yeah, I had spent that money prior to last month.
Right.
I think that this has been going on for well over a year, right, or more, the
It
total
has.
project.
It hasn't been a front project of mine, so I have not pushed the surveyor, local surveyor, and so he completed the project for me. I have not pushed the engineer. Could have had this done much sooner, but again, not pushing these local guys. We're all busy, so that's why the project has taken that long. I did not foresee a problem after writing the sewer fee to the city, because once that fee is accepted in the past, things have been allowed to be developed. Even Remington Hills was technically developed outside the city limits. It was with an agreement with the previous city manager to develop that outside the city limits and then be allowed to be annexed. So that's how that was developed outside.
Well, and beyond just the cost that, correct me if I'm wrong, beyond just the cost that you've already put forward, if you can't develop that property as it's currently designed, if you can't access city sewer, those have to go to half-acre lots that with aerobic systems, which probably makes that not a feasible project, I'm guessing.
Probably not a feasible project, and the existing neighbors there would certainly not be very happy having a smaller lot or a half-acre lot with a lot of aerobics right there in that area.
I would like to point out too that last month that Mr. Hall was specifically pointed out by name by the city manager that he was the last remaining individual. I was under the impression that he would be grandfathered in based on that meeting.
I don't think 32 homes is going to kill us, right? I just wanted to make sure that the concern was addressed with the council, that this could be a potential issue. And so, in the future, it'll definitely be something I think should be considered.
But he's the
So-
very last one we've got kind of hanging, right?
Yes,
Oh,
ma'am.
I don't particularly like this idea, but the fact that we let Mr. Brewer do this, I don't see how we could not let Mr. Hall do the same.
I agree.
Well, I think the fact that he had already started, had gone this far along, I think that it
That's what I
basically
mean,
looks
yeah.
like you had started the process, so you would be before the other, you would be before the other ordinance was passed.
If I started the project today and proceeded down the annexation route, there's a few minor changes I would have to make to the project. But it's the time and the expense to make those few projects that I had not anticipated. We're trying to help the housing issue around town as much as we can, but sewer is a challenge.
Do your streets in the project meet current city code?
I'm gonna pour the same streets we poured in Remington. They'll be 27-foot wide, 6-inch curbs, concrete.
And they do meet the existing, they will meet the existing city code?
I don't believe it has changed since we last poured streets, but I anticipate and budgeted pouring the same streets that and I only developed Remington Phase 1 and 3. Really 2 and 4. Buddy Holder and we developed all of that together. I was not involved in Phase 4 and 5. They use the same contractor, and I would probably use that same contractor, and I would be the one overseeing him. But
Didn't we increase the street standards about 2 years ago? I mean, Remington, these other projects have been there for,
we poured those streets in Remington in 2004.
I know they haven't changed since I've been here.
What about when we did Lindenwood,
I thought we did
we made street lights and
increase,
sidewalks?
the ordinance.
Sidewalks and streetlights were included, but we didn't change the street standards since I've been here. They might have changed prior to me, but since I've been here, they have not.
Seems like when we did Lindenwood, that's what I'm thinking about.
2004, the city did not have a street standard. So we agreed on 6 inches of concrete, rebar on 18-inch centers, compacted underneath it, 6-inch curbs.
How
Salt
much
cut.
base you putting up? How much base
in that there was not a base requirement in that. Typically, if we can cut the streets in on compacted ground, put concrete, it'll have some screenings under it. But if we, and can look at doing some base underneath it, but in Remington, it was pretty good clay that we poured those streets on.
Those streets in Remington Hills are still in very good shape, so you must have done something correctly on that.
And I'm just curious, is the base, is it different for concrete as opposed to an asphalt?
Asphalt, you can put all the base rock you want under there. I've not done asphalt myself just because of what I have seen in other developments and the longevity that asphalt just doesn't provide. That's why of course, concrete was $54 a yard when we started Remington. It's about 125 or so now, but that's the difference. You spend it in the surface rather than base rock and asphalt. I think concrete streets are better, but they do cost more.
Any other discussion?
I might note, just for the council, this has nothing to do with Mr. Hall's matter, but it does have to do with sort of dealing with the rural water. And I thought before, maybe a solution is when the city contracts with the rural water carriers, providers, we provide some of their water to them. And as part of the contract, maybe we say, hey, if you're gonna buy our water, you've got to enforce some of this stuff. But the city is severely limited on the terms that we can put in those contracts because rural water is so heavily governed by the U.S. Department of Agriculture. So the city is really limited on the terms that we can put in those contracts. So I don't know what a good solution is.
The impression I got from rural water is they wouldn't have an issue with it. They're concerned if they have the legal authority to do that, to cut water off of a paying water customer for sewer. A contract agreement, they might be able to get around something like that in that contract. But that seemed to be that seemed to be their point of contention, was could they legally do it? Not that they were unwilling. Just not sure they can legally do it.
Maybe that's just a simple renegotiation of the water rate for whatever our deficit is for the lack of sewer collection per gallon.
The issue with two is they don't have to take any water from us. So contractually they do right now, but they don't have to. So we really just serve as their backup. So the street standards were changed in 2012. So, and prior to that, they had been changed in '95 was the last time. So there were some standards, but I don't know what they were then.
And we're charging, we'll be charging them the same, how we charge it, what kind of rate do we charge when we don't know how much water they're using? I mean.
We have an agreement where the rural water district provides us their water readings, and so just like any other customer in the city, that's how it's charged, is based off their water usage.
Same rate, same.
No, it's
price?
1.5. If it's outside the city limits, it's 1.5 times.
1.5.
Yes, sir.
Any other discussion?
Thank you,
Call
ma'am.
for the vote or a motion?
I make a motion to approve the application to the Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality for permit to construct water pollution control or public water supply facilities and potable water to serve Remington Hills Phase 6.
I'll second that.
We have a motion, we have a second. Call for the vote. Motion passes. Is there any new business? If not, do we have a motion for adjournment out of the Utility Authority?
All motion we adjourn.
Second.
Motion and a second. Record the vote, please. It is now, are we ready? Okay, everybody needs to get over into the airport. Ready? Everybody in? I think I joined in. You don't have who joined? Me? Okay, I'm here. Show me in there? Okay. Okay, let the record show that it is 7:50 and the airport, Durant Airport Authority is now in session. Roll call, please.
Trustee Brittingham.
Here.
Trustee Miller.
Here.
Trustee Morris.
Here.
Vice Chairman Shear.
Here.
Chairman Groby.
Here. Order of business, under one, we have consent item, A, approval, consider approval of regular meeting minutes of the February 8, 2022. Motion to approve consent item.
So moved.
We have a motion, second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Call for the vote. Oh, that was quick, Sandy. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on down to item number 4. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the 100 LL storage tank project change order. Mr. James.
Mayor, council. I'm not that tall. So as you guys know, we have had quite an ordeal with our 100 low lead tank and the installation, getting that in. During that process, since this is something we don't do on a regular basis, we hired an airport consultant to work with us on this project. As we were going into that project, the consultant that we hired, the individual they had assigned to us, he left their employ right in the middle of our project. There were some things that he did not do in his original design that we felt like were potential problems for us, and I've included in your packet the list of, and also some pictures of those items. Item number 1 in the change order dealt with the fact that there were only bollards in the front of the tank. There were no bollards around the sides of the tank. We felt like that was not good for us, and the fact that an aircraft could get into the tank, a vehicle could get into that tank, or even mowing equipment and damage that tank. So we had him request additional bollards so that tank is surrounded so that a vehicle or an aircraft cannot get in there. That's item number 1 on the change order, and you see per Steve Harris of Lochner. He is the individual that left Lochner's firm. Item 2 you'll see on there is the fact that the pad that he created wasn't quite large enough, and for the trucks that we had, that is a fuel containment pad. It's a place to park the trucks, and it also kept the trucks. We had him go back further so we could, the way they had it designed, when you back the truck in, the back of the truck was hanging out of the back of the containment pad. So if it had leakage, it'd gone out on the ground. We either had to leave the truck setting in the driveway partially or increase the size of the pad. So we did that. And then the last change order, when they did the electrical, they put no conduit in for a sign or for a light. We want to put a light at the front so that as a customer is fueling an aircraft, they're not doing it in the dark. There are lights underneath where they actually use the KT pod, where they get the hose, but there is no overhead light, and especially that's important if you have an over-the-wing aircraft that had to be refueled, your Cessna aircraft, for instance. So we think these change orders were appropriate, and we'd like to, if we could, get your approval for those.
Any questions for James? Call for a motion.
Make a motion to approve the change orders regarding the 100 low lead storage tank.
We have a motion. We have a second.
I'll second.
A motion and a second. Call for the vote. Motion passes.
Okay, thank you very much. And as far as I'll give you a quick report. We have learned that a local landscaper has been employed to put the drainage in behind the tank so that it doesn't hold water. I know John spoke with Jesse Lewis with Green Acres, and he has been contracted to do that project. So hopefully, before long, we can put this to bed for good. So.
Okay, item 4B, discussion, consideration, and possible action on increased staffing at the Durant Regional Airport.
This particular memorandum was submitted by John Wyatt. As you guys know, I'm a strong supporter of the airport. He has requested some personnel changes and some actual increases in the overall budget to accommodate those changes. Those are not budgeted in this year's current budget, so there would have to be an amendment made. I do have some things I'd like to give to you real quick, if I may. There's been some discussion in the past about the support that's gone to the airport. This, Ken Shin has prepared this for us, and it shows what our revenue has been for this year. So that'd be basically 7 months that we've had there. You would take one each of these as well, and just pass them around, please. As you can see, so far year-to-date, we've had a really good year in sales, and that is, I want to thank John for that. He's done a great job building that business up. However, as you'll also look down, we've had to transfer money from the general fund, and we've also had to transfer money from the DCUA. And even to date, in these first 7 months, we're in negative dollars by 11,000 plus. You can also look down and you can see what indebtedness is at the airport. If you look down at the bottom, the debt service, there are 3 items there. If you remember the fuel tank that we were just discussing, we had to borrow the money for that. And we did it from our own utility authority. They were only getting 0.25% interest on their money. So we matched that and make payments to DCUA. We felt like that was prudent to borrow from ourselves as opposed to another financial institution. If you look down the second item, there was $450,000 borrowed or financed for the last set of T-hangers that's on the 4 north end, a set of 10. Those do pay their way. The rental income, those are full, but there is indebtedness on that. And also, the last indebtedness was $2 million, and that was used for the terminal construction. So I just wanted you to have a good look of where we were financially. Of course, it's your decision, whatever you want to do as far as support to the airport, but I did want you to be able to actually see real numbers. And then another item, and this is a package of items, and City Manager Dean and I began working on this shortly after he came. And then what we've done with this is we met with Oklahoma Aeronautics Commission, and we asked them what improvements do we need to make to our airport to be at the top of the tier, so to speak. We also asked if he would give us some recommendations of airports that we could actually go look at. He did send us 5 that we could go look at. So what I did was survey those 5, and those 5 were Enid, Woodring, Ponca City, Woodward, Altus, and Weatherford are the 5 that he originally told us. So what I did was I went and rather than just compare the 5, I went ahead and did about 20 more. And that's what this survey is. And it tells you about every airport within our region and pretty much within the state of Oklahoma that are our size. And what it is, it gives you their hours of operation. It gives you the actual takeoffs and landings, the size of the runway. There's just a ton of information in there for you to look at. Then as far as the 5 that staffing wise that OAC recommended to us, also by the way, I did a sheet on Durant separately, so if you wanted to look at it and then thumb through and see kind of how we compare with the others, you're welcome to do that. I did look at the airport staffing levels of the 5 airports, and that's on this sheet here. It's a single sheet. And that gives you an idea of the total number of staff, whether they're part-time, full-time. It also, on some of them, I was able to go online on a lot of those and look at the city budget and just kind of see what their dollar amounts were. Some of them I'd already spoke with previously. I was able to talk to them again and get some numbers as far as what they pay staff and just kind of give us a real good idea about that. This is a really fluid thing, as you know. Again, like I say, I do support the airport. I want it to grow. I think it's really good for us. I do think it probably needs a little more time to look at this since it's not in budget before we actually make action on it. But I want to give you a lot of things to look at today so that you make an informed decision, and we'll honor your decision in any way, and we'll make it work.
Is this something we probably should table till we further study it, or we'll be coming up before long with the new budget proposal?
I mean, James has provided you a lot of information. I think it would
It's a lot
probably
of-
be prudent to look at it.
I agree.
It looks like we're number 2 behind McKinney in number of operations per day.
We are, but,
This is more general aviation. There's probably more corporate, looking at the aircraft that are based
ours
there
is a little bit skewed.
because the Southeastern's flying.
Southeastern probably has a large portion of that. We make no revenue from them other than just a little bit of flowage fee on fuel, and that's all we make from them.
But I do expect, we have quite a bit of jet traffic, corporate traffic in and out.
We do.
Because of the companies located
And it's
here
getting more and more.
because of the casino. and
That's
there's gonna
correct.
be more.
That is
If
correct.
we grow it, there will be more if we take. care
That
of the
is right.
business.
You're 100% correct. And I think we want it to be a first-class operation. That's our goal.
It's the front door to our community.
It is.
Movers
Always-
and shakers don't come in on the Greyhound bus.
That is exactly right. That is exactly
Come
right.
in here still.
The movers and shakers are flying into that airport. Guarantee you. But that gives you a ton of reading material to look at, and I'll continue to add more to that as I get more information. Like I say, it's really fluid because of the fact that some of the airports and the other thing I think might be prudent at tabling it right now is I talked to two of the airports on the list, and they took a 55-cent increase on fuel for, I think it was their jet fuel, and 70 cents a gallon today on their 100 low lead. So I'm a little concerned that as fuel costs go up, we're going to have less traffic on the general aviation side. The guys who are flying the jet, they don't care. Most of them are trust babies anyway, so are their big business, you know. They can still afford to do that for the most part, but I think it will probably impact our general aviation.
Okay. Any questions, any discussion?
And if John has more to add, he's welcome to do so.
James, I've got a quick question on this revenue expense report.
I'm sorry?
I've got a quick question on the revenue expense report,
Ann?
maybe for Ann.
Okay.
The revenue here is our year-to-date minus the transfers. I'm wondering where the 708,000 comes from on the expenses. If it should be that 570, then we made 120 instead of lost 11. I don't want to bog us down. I just, you know.
The one I highlight yellow, that is the transfer. But
Right.
when I put the revenue, I take out that transfer. This is really the airport authority, that real revenue and their real expense. If we take out those transfer, that is how much it is.
Okay, so
Yes,
that's up
uh-huh.
here.
That is the real number.
No, I still don't get it.
Yeah.
The revenue is these things minus the
That is
yellow.
Yeah, that is the year to date.
Yeah,
That
where's
is for the 7 months.
Where does the 708 come from is my question.
Which one?
708,628.
Here.
I don't get that.
It's all the expenses.
This is the expense. This is the expense at the bottom one. This is the expense that adding together. And then plus the, plus your debt service. Because the debt service right now, the 160,000, that one is transferred from the DCUA, which means the DCUA pay for the,
I get that.
yes, uh-huh.
I just don't see the
So
708.
yeah,
Let's talk about that to
57
the deal.
570,000 plus the 137,000, that is 708,000. Okay.
Okay, thank you, James. Thank you, Ann. Okay,
I think James mentioned, was you talking about me coming up and addressing? Okay. I've got one question. On this total debt, on this report, is that the remaining debt, or was that the initial debt? On the debt service on the, is that the initial amount, or was that the total? Is that-
on the
Yes.
right in red.
Yeah, is that the
was
remaining?
original debt.
That's original debt?
Yes, sir, that
Not the remaining debt, but the original?
That is correct, and the remaining debt is not on this one, yeah, but this was our original debt. And if you look at the bottom, this is the last 10 years. This is how much money the city has put into here to keep it afloat. Okay?
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good evening.
okay.
You'll have to forgive me, I'm not privy to any of those records you were given, so I don't know what you're looking at. But I will tell you that I think James has done a lot of due diligence. I think the one thing that we have a different scenario in is that every airport has a different dynamic. I speak to the airport directors a lot from around the state, and he's right, we're very comparable to somebody like Enid Woodring. So I compare staffing and what their traffic flows are. And if you look at our monthly report, you'll see that GA sales, general aviation sales, the small Cessna 172s and stuff, that's really a small percentage of what we do. For example, on this month, we did full service and self-service about $13,000 in fuel sales, and 81,000 was jet traffic. So that's not changing. Just like James said, they have the money, they're coming in. We're dealing with the dynamic of City of Durant's growing. We've got a lot of businesses here. We've got a fabulous lake. We've got exotic ranches. We've got a lot of rich people that live around this area. But we also have the Choctaw Casino with the concert series that they have. We have a straight 6 to 8 weeks right now every weekend dealing with concerts. So what we're dealing with that maybe a lot of other airports don't deal with is full weekend traffic, of where it's taking 4 full-time FTEs to operate that in a safe manner. So we may have, 1 jet, we may have 16 jets come in during that period of time. Now, one of the things that we're doing to help the city grow in revenue streams is look at ways that we not only build the jet traffic, but in adding in services. And the city's already approved us on our capital improvement plan to add GPU, which is ground power units, lav carts. All those are revenue streams. Every time a jet comes in, they pay extra money to plug into power so they can keep the air conditioner running. They have toilets on board. If anybody has an RV, you have to go to a dump station. Well, we will become a dump station with a lav cart. Those are all fees that we charge, $75 to $150 for each one of those actions. But on the ancillary side is when we advertise these services that we have, these other jets that would bypass us, that were transient, will come in because now we have DFW style services available. We get asked every weekend,
GPU, lav cart service, all that kind of stuff, concession service with, sandwiches, that kind of thing. So we're constantly looking at how do we improve the revenue stream. We're doing it in sales right now. I mean, it's pretty much an exponential growth. But this airport's not about strictly sales. We've got a city of our own out there. We have an ecosystem of our own. We have beaver dams all over the airport. We've got families of otters out there. That's kind of interesting to see. But the beaver dams can cause a lot of detriment around the airport. They cause flood waters, which cause migratory bird issues. And so those staffing requirements is not to sit there and pump fuel. It's we're out there chasing coyotes, chasing beavers, taking pilots to go pick up their rent-a-car now somewhere else because there is no rental car agency in Durant. So there's a lot of customer service issues. But one of the big things that we face are the 40 hours a month of non-scheduled hours that we do every month. Every weekend, it's about 10 hours. Also on top of that is the overtime hours. Well, we've been kind of in a position where my assistant and I are exempt employees, so we do the 50, 55, 60, 70 hours a week, not because we really want to live out here, but the service is we have a weekend demand for that. So, and we don't want to, put a heavy burden on the city also, but it's a heavy burden on employees to sit there and say, you either do good customer service, you stay there for the pilot, you make them happy, you do what you need to do, which includes on a weekend or at 9 o'clock at night, or we don't do that. The other issue is we are building up other companies like AirEvac. AirEvac is an everyday, almost every night call out. Somebody's got to do that call. And what happens when I have 3 part-time employees, and they like to do those on calls. But the problem is, if they get called out at 9 o'clock at night, there's 2 hours. They get called out the next night, there's 2 hours. My schedule for them during the day is gone during the week. It's back to my assistant and I, and my maintenance guy. And so what happens is, the maintenance guy's doing repairs, chasing beaver, chasing coyotes. Well, I didn't mean to say it that way. But there's a lot going on at this airport. And, I just want you to reconsider the fact that we are working, pretty stringently. The thing that I would like to do is be able to beef up the labor to a point, even if it's not all full-time employees, but we can go with 0.5 FTEs and I can manipulate them around and have more staffing, because what's happening is you're going to wear out your airport director and your assistant. I'm not working my maintenance guy over 40 hours because he's an hourly employee. I'm trying to save on overtime. So I either pay him overtime so that the salaries are going to go up, or, my assistant and I are doing all the work. So it's something we have to consider. These other airports don't have that concert series that we deal with. And we also have a lot of traction with charters. Now, I don't talk to these other airports about flex jets very often. I'm talking to them about military flights, because they have military flights, we have concerts. One of the things that I'm going to try to do is also try to build up the GSA contract for military flights. I don't have the time to do that. I don't have the time to do my job. My job is spending time going to the schools, talking about aerospace education and activities at the airport. That's what an airport director does. Maintaining the budget, maintaining the staffing, but going to these schools and say, hey, come out to the airport. We'll have an activity. Look at the college that we have here. Look at these corporate jets that we have out here. Come do a little tour and we'll show you, how to do some fun things out at the airport. That's what an airport director does. And when I talk to these other ones, that's what they're doing. And that's a fun thing to do. It's also fun to fuel an aircraft. But I just want you to know that we are building revenues. I don't know what all the expenses are that we're looking at. I don't think the new ones are much other than the fuel tank and payroll and fuel cells. But I'll be honest with you, if you would give me the money today to build 3 big hangars, I'd do it. Because that one hangar is gonna cost $1 million, but I get the right jet in there and I'm gonna make $3 million out of it a year. So business math says build a hangar. Everybody is hitting us up daily trying to get a hangar. I'll have a jet. I'll bring a jet in. I've got Amarillo jets, wanting to come in. And we can sit here and wait, but we're missing the boat. We also have a lot of other businesses looking at our airport for ground leases. And if we get some of those hooked up, you're talking about $100,000 extra year, ground lease, rental leased income. We also raised our hay lease from $8,000 to $26,000 a year. So that's big improvement in revenue from what we were dealing with. We're doubling our fuel flow fees from the college. Still not very much, James, right? Not very much. It's from like $2,500 to $5,900. It's not a lot. It's not going to do much. But it is a little bit. Everywhere we look, it's a little bit more revenue. So I just want you to have a full picture too, because I'm not looking at the documents you're looking at, but I want you to know from my side, I'm there 7 days a week a lot of times, 5 days a week all the time, and on those weekends, sometimes 3 and 4 different times during the day. So we're committed for the city. All of my guys are committed. They love their job. We want to build it up. I want to keep them. I want to be able to afford to, keep these guys, where they want to be here and not move off somewhere else. And I welcome any questions you may have.
You think on the GSA, the military government, that's the place to really build fuel cells? Because
Oh, you bet. Oh, yeah, you get in their line, yes.
There's not that many cross-country jets that need to stop and just refuel.
Right. We get some of that, by the way, but it's nothing consistent. The military traffic is really good for an airport.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I lost my agenda on that. I guess, we need to decide if we want to vote on it or if we want to table it. Do we have any discussion on this?
I personally am very happy with the airport, and think it's poised for a lot of great things, and it's gonna take staff to do that, so I'm 100% in favor of increasing the staff personally. That's not a motion I made.
Yeah.
But
I
that's-
agree with you. I think you have to spend money to make money. And sometimes you have to have the services there in order to attract the customers.
I've seen John mowing the yard himself more times than I would like. He needs help, in my
Yeah.
opinion.
Okay, so we're voting on or discussing whether we want possible action on increased staffing.
If we do that,
Or do we want to
do we
table
go,
it till it's studied or what? I mean,
do
do
we
you
go
want
by the attachment in our package, or do we just say let's increase it, or what? I guess I'm a little confused about that. I don't know what to make in the motion, is what I'm saying. I mean, I can say, I make a motion we increase staffing, but that's kind of vague.
You'd certainly have to have something more specific than that. I don't know what the action would be.
I mean, you have a list of requested positions, right? So,
If we, I don't know, if things go ballistic and we need twice that amount, I guess we could add to it.
Can you make it? I've got a thought. I'd like to make a motion.
Okay,
I'll make a motion, let me get back to my wording here, that we increase the staffing at the Durant Regional Airport as per the labor cost worksheet included in the agenda packet.
okay.
I
we have
second
a
that.
motion.
I'll second.
Was that a
Is
second?
that sufficient, Tom?
Was that 2 seconds?
Give it to
Yeah.
Humphrey.
We have a motion, we have a second. Please record your vote. Oh, my Okay, motion passes. Is there any new business? If not, do we have a motion for adjournment?
I motion we adjourn.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Record the vote, please. Motion passes. We're now,
I know, I'm gonna second that, I don't have a vote.
yes, everyone's gonna need this. We are now going to come back into the city council meeting. Yeah. Cindy, let me know when you're ready. Everybody ready? Okay, number 5, A, consider executive session to discuss the employment, demotion, discipline, or resignation of city manager as permitted by Title 25, Section 307, B1 of the Oklahoma State Statutes, allowing discussion of the employment of an individual salaried public officer. I have a statement I would like to read it is from Matt Love, General Counsel for OMAG. This item was placed on the agenda to allow to discuss a concern or complaint a council member has with the city manager in executive session. We have a contract with the manager that includes a process we agreed to follow to resolve complaints or concerns any one of us might have with the city manager. Bringing the concern or complaint to the council is the final, not the first step in that agreed-upon process. We should follow the process we agreed to in the contract. As such, it would be premature to enter executive session at this time. If the council member is unable to resolve the matter with the city manager through the contractual process, then this item can be placed on a future agenda per the contract. So there will be no action.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion to appeal your ruling based on there is a clause in the contract that clearly allows us to move forward under Section 12, Item D.
There's no action on this. You'll have to take it up with somebody else.
Council?
No action. Do we have a motion?
Madam Mayor, a declaration of no action is not appropriate if there is a motion. A motion takes precedence over no action. The chair cannot declare no action over a motion.
I call no action because I have the letter, if y'all want to see it. He wrote an entire letter, and he is one of the four attorneys for OMAG, and he sent this to all the others so they would all be reading off the same page if there were questions. What I'm saying, what is Steve wanting to appeal? He's trying, they plainly stated in here that item 12D does not apply.
It clearly says that it does apply in this scenario. I can say it out loud if you want me to.
Only if it's based on an allegation of an illegal act, and where is the allegation is my question. Who made it and what
That's
does
the
it say?
purpose of the executive session.
That's not what that says.
Madam Mayor, I've not seen the letter from OMAG. OMAG is not necessarily our legal advisor. They're our insurer. And so the interpretation of the contract for the city, and I'm not taking a side either way. I'm just saying OMAG is not the final authority on whether
They're the
a
ones that
contract.
handle the lawsuits if we are sued, and if we go into an illegal session, we are setting ourselves up for a lawsuit. He states here that he knows about the criminal allegation. I do not believe any, the only thing is accessed was a city-issued email account. As such, the applicable state and federal statutes regarding electronic communications and privacy would not appear to be implicated. So I
And how do
think
you know that that's the only thing I'm alleging?
that's all you can only say. I don't know what you're alleging, Steve.
That's the point, Madam Mayor.
But, so I'm calling no action. When I'm sitting up here, that is something that I have the authority to do.
Madam Mayor, you don't have the authority to call no action if there is a motion that takes precedence over no action. No action is essentially tabling something.
What is your motion, Steve?
It was a motion to appeal your no action ruling and to move forward with the executive session.
I don't think, well, how can you appeal? Who's gonna, I would have to. who's
Robert's
gonna appeal?
rules, I make a motion to appeal, if somebody chooses to second it, then we have a vote and we move forward, or we don't. If I'm understanding that correctly, counsel,
That's correct.
per Robert's rules.
Is there any reason you would not want to follow the proper protocol of the proper procedure, Steve?
Madam Mayor, I am following the proper protocol as outlined in this contract, based on the information that I have.
Under 12D?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't think I agree with that. What is the allegation of the criminal charge? Did you make it?
I have not.
Then it doesn't exist.
It does exist. It's to be discussed in executive session.
You
because
can't
it is a
discuss a
personnel
criminal
matter.
allegation
Yes,
in-
ma'am, you can.
It's not one of the 9 things you can call an executive session for, Steve.
Madam Mayor, with due respect, in the context of considering the performance or employment, demotion, or disciplining of a city manager, you can discuss whatever is relevant. And per the contract, if a council member makes an allegation of criminal conduct, that is a shortcut to an executive session. Mr. Love's correct in that there is another procedure in the contract that requires a multi-step approach, and that is, well, you all know what it is in 12A, B, and C. 12D provides that if there is an allegation of criminal conduct, you don't have to go through that A, B, and C process. You go straight to an executive session.
Does that allegation have to be known before we would do something like that?
It does not. The contract.
How can it be an allegation if you don't know what it is?
That's a matter for executive session. That's a personnel matter. I would say that's, now, if the council chooses to go to executive session and a council member makes that criminal allegation and the council decides that's not enough to take any action, then that's what happens. But it's simply a criminal allegation that gets you there. It doesn't mean that it has to be prosecuted by law enforcement. It doesn't mean that it has to be
Doesn't it have to be
well-founded.
revealed what it is?
What's that?
Doesn't it have to be revealed, the allegation, what it is?
The contract doesn't say that.
Says there has to be one.
Neither does the statutory provision. Listen, I'm just reading the
I don't know
contract.
what
I
the
don't care.
allegation is. Tell us, someone, Steve or you.
I will not. Not in an open meeting. It is for an executive session.
But if we go
Where do
into
you see that?
executive session, we risk a lawsuit. That's
You
what
may
I have
risk one
been told by
otherwise.
our city attorneys. If we go into an illegal executive session, we could risk a lawsuit. And Lord knows we've had plenty of those in the last couple of, well, actually, up until he came along, we had several of them flying all over the place. I was even sued. So I want to be very careful that we don't do anything that can cause anybody to bring a lawsuit.
Madam Mayor, there's nothing about convening an executive session that is illegal or impermissible.
Well, maybe some of the attorneys need to all get on the same page and read the rules. Because from what and I'd be happy, Steve, if you want to read this letter.
Well, that would have been nice for the entire council to have got well before this meeting and not blindsided with.
Well, it would have been nice if you would have
I
given us.
followed the protocol and asked for this 2-3 weeks ago, well within reason. To read that right before is unacceptable.
Well, I'm sorry if you think it's unacceptable. We don't run this city just for you, Steve.
Oh, well, that's right. There's 5 of us here. We run it for the
Exactly.
citizens is who we're supposed to be
There's a
running.
motion on the table to appeal, and I think we're a little far afield from the motion that's on the table. If it dies for lack of a second, then we take no action.
Y'all want to see this letter? There's the second page. You need glasses, Humphrey?
No, I'm good. Got 20/20 still.
Don't brag. Mike, you want to see it?
I would say to council, an executive session of the type that's listed on 5A is always appropriate. If the council gets into executive session and there's not sufficient allegations by one of the council members to bypass 12A, B, and C, then the council adjourns the executive session because they couldn't take any action even if they wanted to. Okay, so there's nothing inappropriate about an executive session to address the contract of the city manager. That could happen every meeting. But if there's not sufficient evidence, or the council finds that there's not sufficient evidence to bypass that A, B, and C process, then you come back in and take no action. Okay, so that would be the first step in executive session, is seeing if there is an allegation that would warrant bypassing A, B, and C. And if there's not, then you couldn't take action at all under the contract. But there's not a requirement within the contract or statute or state statute that requires, I don't think, an open allegation of that criminal conduct outside of the executive session. I understand why a council member may want that, or
I don't
city
think we're-
manager may want that.
We're not talking about the statute, we're talking about the contract wording.
Mhm.
That's what I'm talking about, not the statute. Specifically says in section D, there must be an allegation of criminal conduct, and I still don't know what that allegation is.
There must be an allegation of criminal conduct before action can be taken that affects the employment of the city manager without going through those other steps.
That's
So-
not how I read it. If there's no allegation, you must do steps A, B, and C is how I read that.
I think that's right.
Where's the allegation? What is the allegation? It has to exist, or else you do steps A, B, and C, according to that contract, the way I read it.
If I did A, B, and C, then it would go through the process and it would go to them, it wouldn't go to you.
Goes to the city manager, he has 20 days to respond to.
It's A, B, and C.
Well, I still disagree because from what Mr. Love said, they deal with these kind of situations every day.
Mayor,
So
Mr.
he said
Love's
that-
letter did not say there couldn't be an executive session. He said unless there was criminal allegations, you had to adhere to A, B, and C. And I 100% agree with him.
Did you say he sent that to all of us?
He sent it to me. I called him, but it applies to all. I called and talked to OMAG. I've called 2 or 3 times.
He did not send that to all.
No,
five
he sent
council.
he sent it to me. I'm the one that he talked to, but I'm sure he would have sent it to everyone.
So does the mayor have the right to declare no action on any of the agenda items? You telling me she doesn't?
Not if there's a motion to proceed with one.
The motion was to appeal her declaration, not to proceed or not proceed.
That's correct. And if there's a second to that motion to appeal and a majority of the council votes to approve that appeal, then you back up and then a motion to either adjourn or a motion to enter executive session is appropriate.
How can you appeal a no action declaration? It was made before the motion.
No member of council just gets to show up and say, we're not taking any action tonight.
No, the mayor has that authority, is what I understood, not us.
Realistically, no action is not appropriate. These are always either a table. As a matter of course, this council has used a no action as sort of a table or otherwise disregarding. That's not really a proper motion because it's not a motion at all.
We just used it
But,
once more
but,
tonight.
but we used it. But it doesn't mean it's blanket authority if we're rolling along through the agenda and the mayor sees something that she doesn't like to say, we're not taking any action. This is an official agenda, and it takes a motion takes precedence over a decision to skip over an item.
She didn't say she didn't like it.
I didn't
She
say
said
she
she-
did. I'm just saying in general,
yes.
as you're going through the agenda, if the mayor sees something that she does not want to address for whatever reason, if someone else on the council wants to, it can be addressed. And a motion takes place over a decision just to take no action. That's not a motion. That's not the will of the council.
I've
Now,
never seen that happen.
if the mayor says we're not going to take any action on an item, and nobody on the council appeals that decision, then it is the will of the council. But a declaration of no action doesn't stand if appealed, successfully appealed. Again, it may not be successfully appealed, but you have to have the will of the council. And if somebody appeals a no action, because no action is not a motion, it's not an official act.
It's a declaration. That's an official act, isn't it?
It's not, there's not a vote, nobody has weighed in on that. So if any member of council wants to weigh in on an item, that takes precedence over a no action. Even if it's a vote to approve or deny.
Is that statute, or is it just an opinion you're giving?
That's Robert's Rules of Order that we fall back to as procedure. Now, as a general rule, this council is not particularly formal in its procedure because that's what works. But when you have a disagreement over the procedure, you go back to Robert's Rules of Order. And an appeal of the chair's decision is the appropriate motion when there's a declaration made like that. But it takes a majority of the body to appeal. So if there's just one or two council members that want to appeal, it fails, and no action, and then no action is taken.
My only concern is the lawsuit part, that we could be held liable because violating the way it could be read either way.
It can't be read either way, Mayor. It is not a violation to enter executive session. And Mr. Love does not say that in his letter at all.
Well, he said not to go into executive session.
Well, he didn't say it in his letter.
Well, I can sure clarify with him tomorrow. All I'm concerned about, Tom, I don't want to see any of us in any kind of lawsuit. We've had enough of those, and if having Steve wait and go through the proper procedures is what it takes for us to do the right thing, then I think we need to do the right thing.
There is a way to ensure that any council person goes through the right procedure. If you get back to the executive session and there is not an allegation pursuant to paragraph D, then you end the executive session and come back in here and take no action. That's how you remedy that. But there is not anything inappropriate about going to executive session. That is not an illegal act in any manner.
If that's the case, I'll second Steve's motion.
So we have a second, we vote? Call for the vote?
You can have discussion. You can have discussion before the vote, just like any other motion if you wish to.
Well, the only thing I'll say is I only want the 5 council members in the room. Well, why do you need legal counsel?
Yeah, if we're gonna have executive session, I think.
Do what? Well, if he's gonna go back there and he's gonna be working for you, then he doesn't need to be.
Madam Mayor, that's
I think
extremely
it's
offensive.
That's
I'm working for the
unacceptable.
city.
That
I'm
is
not working for
unacceptable
any one
comment.
person. I assure you that.
You told me we were perfectly free as a council, whether, who we wanted in that meeting.
You
And
are.
if
You
don't wanna
absolutely
come
are.
in, we're free to do that. We
You
don't
a-
have to bring you in.
As a council, you absolutely are.
Okay.
With what?
Do we need to vote on whether or not Mr. Markham can be president?
No.
So one
Tom told
person
me
gets
that
to
I can have
decide.
who I want in executive session.
The council can have who they want. No one person gets to make that decision, or any decision.
Well, then you have told it different than you told me before, when you said that I could determine who I wanted in there.
The council can determine who they want in there. Madam Mayor, you have 1/5 of the decision-making power on this council.
I realize that, but I do have, when I am in executive session, I was told, because I was told I could let who I wanted to in there, or who I didn't want to. And you told me that, Tom.
But wouldn't I be able to say I wanted whoever I wanted in there too, in an executive session?
Yeah,
that's the
all
case?
5 of us can say it.
I thought it was whoever the council wanted. Is that correct? Okay. I don't.
And whether you have the secretary, whether you have, or the clerk, or legal counsel, or whomever in there, if you don't have any of those people, somebody needs to keep minutes of the meeting. That's profoundly important.
And I want legal counsel as far as, I don't want to overstep our boundaries, what we're discussing here. I don't want to get off in the weeds when we're discussing
Well,
something. He can
if
kind of
there's
help.
legal questions, the attorney could be called in. But if y'all want him in there, that's fine.
I'm fine with Tom being in there just for legal counsel purposes.
I'd rather just the 5 council people be in there, at least in the beginning.
Do we need to take a vote, or is this an informal poll?
There's a motion and a second on the table for the appeal. That needs to be voted on first. Then based on that, the outcome of that motion, then there may
May not be a need.
not be any.
You got a
You
vote?
second?
Yeah, I'll second it. It'd come to a vote.
Oh, it's up. Mine says no internet.
Oh, there you go.
And this is voting on the appeal.
Yes.
Motion passes. Now what are we voting on?
I'll make a motion, we enter an executive session.
Second.
Call for the vote. Motion passes. What else y'all want to vote on?
And we, if we're gonna have executive session, I want our legal counsel.
I think that's appropriate for the council to decide in the executive session who they want to.
We don't decide it out here, we go in.
I think you probably need to do that inside. Needs to be in the minutes, and that needs to be something that's recorded, but I think you guys can make those decisions in there.
I guess we call ourselves back into adjournment or recess from executive session. Item 5, or items 5B, consider action pursuant to item 5A. Discussion or motion?
I'll make a motion to terminate the employment contract between City Manager John Dean and the City of Durant effective immediately.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Call for the vote. Motion fails. Do we have a motion for adjournment?
Madam Mayor, new business is item 6. I do have a statement or a comment I'd like to make on new business. And that's basically that I have no recourse left, but other than to seek legal counsel to bring forth a possible federal lawsuit against the City of Durant for violation of Fourth Amendment right to search and seizure.
Is
That's
that
all
your
I have.
statement?
That is my statement, yes,
Did we
ma'am.
have a motion for adjournment?
I move we adjourn.
We have a
Second.
motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Roll call, oh,
Okay, the system's backing on. Is everyone in favor of adjournment?
aye.
Aye.
That was Jim Thorpe.
I guess we just give it back to him at some point. I'll keep it, I don't